Hello. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Yo, Pug. What you doing? You look so good. Yep, I'm good, I'm good. How are you? How you doing? Nice, nice. Early today, doing some editing and trying to improve things to the stream. Nice, nice. I see you typing in your Discord. You are editing something. I can't wait to show your work. Oh, nice. I think you're gonna make something. Wow. Okay. I'm using DaVinci. Yeah, I'm using DaVinci Resolve too. It's good for editing, like Adobe Premiere. Restored. Okay. It's a free version of Adobe. Yep. I'm using DaVinci too. I'm gonna do here? I have no idea. Hmm.
Take it easy.
Ah. Okay, nice. I have to install this too.
Take it easy.
Ah, come on. What? Sure. Okay. Okay. I got you, I got you. But what about this? Oh, wait. I know what to do. No. Nice. Thank you, Pug.
Easy money.
My IQ is fine today, yeah?
Take flight. Quietly now.
Whirling snow! Sakura swirl! So rude!
Let's light it up.
Teamwork is strict! Take flight!
Finally. Nice.
Collecting rare and exquisite treasures. Yes, this seems suitably sophisticated.
Oh, I forget about this.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
You're welcome.
Ad Astra.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Settle down. What you got?
Mind the side effects.
Let the mighty be humbled. Come again. What you got? Bow your head.
Seems like an emergency.
The tides beckon. What you got?
A bitter pill to swallow. Ka, kya, fa.
Let the mighty be humbled. What you got?
Taking a turn for the better.
The dactyls.
Be sanctified. What you got? Good job. You're open. The tides beckon. Job.
Seems like an emergency.
Silence.
Mind the side effects.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Let the mighty be humbled. Bow your head.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Settle down.
Power that ended Haishan!
Be sanctified.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Silence. The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
Be sanctified.
Come on, we can do it.
Silence.
Busted. Game's up. Fun's over.
Okay. I only want Primo. I don't care about this and this. Hmm. Okay. Okay, give me the wish. I wanna try. Nothing.
Blade embraces its duty.
Times has visit.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
The fuck?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving? That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's alright.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Sure.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais is terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening. Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat. Therefore, we can only assume that Childe is presently immersed in primordial sea.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an
Poisson.
alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
These newcomers are full of enthusiasm.
Oh no. What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her. We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my... My Desiree!
Stop crying.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we are to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Okay, new achievement.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Navia crying.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter—
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate.
Yo, Gojo.
Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
أهلا.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
إيه وينك
Of
سافا؟
course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Oh wait.
Alright, then we'll just...
في ما عندكش VIP. Fuck.
Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could
الحمد
tell
لله
us
ça va
something
ça
in
va.
private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia
بيه ما
listening in.
تتكوبيش هذايا.
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to
قاعد
share
نلعب
the
في
latest
الأركن
intel
كويست
I've
متاع
received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some
متاع
recent
فورينا.
investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to
We know
ancient
it.
times and seem to be worth
ذكرنيش.
investigating in many ways. Judging by the
بيصيرش
dating
على
of the
الأقل
ruins, they
ضمنت
may
على
be
ريدن.
related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this
على
disaster
الأقل ضمنت على
struck.
ريدن
And
نجيبها
at
هذول
present,
يعني.
we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
أما
So
المشكلة توا
that's why
أما
the
المشكلة
Fatui
أنا
were
توا في
already in
البيت
Poisson.
الثانية ومازلت ما
I wanted
جبتهاش
to take the
معناها.
children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
فما مومي أخرى اي برشا موميز في البانر هذوما. Are you sure these Pikoi? Can you trust one outsider?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as
برجولية
family,
باش
but Lily, Lynette, and
نخلي
Fremini
النهيدة
said that they
زادة.
also
ناخو
see
نهيدة.
you as such,
توا
even
ريد
though you are
انه
not from the
نعرفش
house.
نهيدة فانا بانر
I'm
باش
sure
يجي
you already
ديال البانر
understand
الجاي
how
ولا
earnest
بعد
they
الجاي
consider
نسيت.
their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you
الباتش الجاي
family,
ديجا باش
it's only
نجملها
natural that I
مالا.
freely shared with you.
Got it. So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
اي الفورستار بهين فيه الكل. انا ديجا نحب نجيب الريدن ونحب نجيب
Since you put it that way, I
الكاركتر
have no
الجديدة.
objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and...
نحب نجيب جبت سارة، جبت بوع بنت عندي بطبيعة سي 3 توا. نحب نجيب هذايا كان نجيب جوست هذايا، عرفت؟ نعمل نجيب ريدن ونجيب لحظة نسيت شو اسمه هذايا، حاسيلو نعمل بهم تيم مش نورمال. ما نحبش زعما نمشي بالكعبة. لا خلي نعمل 10 اقوى من كازو. اي تفرجت حتى في فيديو قالوا هكاكا. اوبي على الاخر يا دي. لا جربت، اما المشكله الكاركترات نتاعي مازالوا مش قويين برشا، هذاك عليه. تو انا في فلور 9 وشامبر 2.
Melusines are beautiful
من زدت ما نجمش نقدم اكثر
They
خاطر
are the
الكاركترات
pride of Fontaine.
ماهمش قويين
Be
برشا.
sure to be friendly and cause them no harm.
استعمر. باي ذا واي شوف وين طلعت. استعمل ريزن. نستعمل ريزن. انا نستعمل فيه. فرم شوية. اي باش نفرميلو باز، باش نفرميلو ارتفاكتس انا توا خاطر ليه نكمل في الستوري. من بعد باش نتلهي بهم الكل. ديجا عندي برشا كاركترات ناقصين ارتفاكتس. باش يعاود يتعمل. يا عندي برشا انا. تنعمل تندور على البوسيت لازمني ديجا نفهم شي. والله قلت البارح بركة جوجو عملت بهم مشيت فرميت بوسيت.
Talk about old.
They seem to be.
Let's go in.
Just be careful.
نكمل هذاك ايش باش نعمل انا جيست باش نكمل الستوري ونمشي باش نمشي نفرمي هاي باش نمشي نفرمي ارتيفاكتس. خليتهم بالعاني هكاكا. ديجا باش نفرمي برشا ارتيفاكتس خاطر مستحق على الاخر. شطر الكاركترات اللي عندي ما الارتيفاكتس نتاعهم خايبين برشا. لو اكثر واحدين على الاقل باهيين عندك تحت بون باش نوريك. عندك الوحيدين اللي عطيهم ارتيفاكتس نوفيلت. بون نوفيلت الارتيفاكتس نتاعو خايبين على الاخر نعرف ما تسبنيش. الارتيفاكتس نتاعو خايبين على الاخر ومش هذوما. بون مانيش عطيهم يلان زادا بون كيف ما تخليهمش بالعاني خاطر ديجا يعاودوا يتعبوا مع الوقت. كان تخليهم هكاكا برسمي باهي مالا ديريكت دوب ما نكمل دوب ما نكمل الستوري هذي نولي نمشي حاصلوا نحيت لهم كل الارتفاكتس نتاعها. بون اياك كيكا برا دلوك. ديجا نلقى عندي الماتيرياليزم تاعو معناها جبرك طلعته ديريكت ل60. حاصلوا الوحيدين اللي عطيهم ارتيفاكتس نوفيلت الان هذوما 3 بركة عطيه. نطيش عليه جوها بيه بالعكس عندي برشا اللي نلعب بيه. وطيحت اياته زاده عندي اياته. حسيلو كلهم باش نفرمي لهم الارتيفاكتس نتاعهم. لا تخيل من اياته يب في بالي. فرج انت مانيش عطيه الارتفاكتس باهيين وباقي الدمج نتاعو سافا يعني.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
The tides beckon.
Bow your head.
Here comes the catch.
الويبن نستعمل في الكريت دامج. مش هو السلاح هو يا محالة ما طيحتش ال5 ستار متاعه.
Blindsided. When the tide comes in, I shall return.
Quietly now. Everybody stand!
Settle down. Bow your head.
هذاك فما ويبن طيب كرافتيه خير مع نوفلت. عندي المحالة مانيش عارف لحظة برك. عندي ويبنز اخرين مانيش عارف شنو يصلح بيه بالضبط. بون هذايا في بالي لا عندي كان هذوما انا. لازمو اتش بي معناها برشا هكا. اوكي انا كرافتيه خاطر انا ماشي في من الاول يستحق كريت دامج وكل هذاك عليه. وين نهبط؟ هذا زاد اللي عندي في بالي مش خايب يعني متاع الكريت دامج ولا ليه؟ اسيبك هذاك مش باهي. اوكي تو نبدل يالو، خلينا نخرج من الدومين الساعة.
This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's...
No, you're right.
نزلت برشا حاجات ديجا قاعد نكتشف فيها، نزلت نتعلم.
I'll leave this to you.
توا الكاركترات اللي شفتهم عندي تسمى باهينا. أبار الويبنز والارتيفاكتس.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
تاجي نعاونك. اوكي نريقل. Thank you.
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other options.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
ياب في بالي جوجو خاطر انا ديجا ما عنديش برشا شويس هذاك عليه. لازمني على الاقل نجيب الريدن ونجيب كاركترات اخرين اكثر.
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
other side اي مني باش من other side يعني. مش نطلع. لازمني نوخر. اوكي ليه ليه فهمت عرفت Thank you assist.
Silence.
Busted.
اوكي انا كان بشوف شي غادي باش نعاود نرجع لنفس البلاصه يعني نلقى حل من هنا. عرفت تحاج ستريم كل يوم خاطر مازلت تعب شويه قوش هذاك عليه. ماذا بيا نحل ستريم كل يوم اما ما نجمش. اوكي رجعت لنفس البلاصه. ايش فيك عايشك يا برو. قاعد عرفتها قاعد نحل توا نحاول كبلي نقدر لين نرجع كما كنت قبل وخير. كاو يعني الاذر سايد وقال لي اذر سايد. باش نرجع الغادي باش يقول لي نفس الحكايه بس. شحال الليلة كالعادة جوجو؟ والله انا الايكيو متاعي ما شاء الله، ما شاء الله على الايكيو متاعي. قال لي اذر سايد بقيت نتبع انا. اوكي كالعادة كل يوم نحل يعني ما نحلش ستريم نحس حاجة نقصد. والله انا بيدي كيفك يا جوجو، اما ما عنديش حل يعني. انا بيدي كي نبقى ما نحلش ستريم نحس روحي ندركي فيه نزيد نمرض. ديجا ديما نجي نركش بحذاك نبقى لورك عندك عليك. كل ما تحل ستريم ديجا ديما نركش بحذاك.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
ايوه تقوليش تحت. اوكي. وات ذا فك. شي يصير لها من بعد. هي بنافية. تو فهمت علاش خسرت ال 50-50.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking
عندك
for.
فورينا لا
Why, I
حتى
wasn't even
فورينا
a
ما
guarantor for that
جبتهاش.
person.
اي
Knocking at my
خسرت
door day and
50-50
night.
متاع
Even my neighbor
فورينا
Oben was
ونافيا
getting fed
الزوز.
up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down.
نورمالمون
Get them to
انا
listen to
لحظة ما
what you
فهمتش
have to
حاجة. نورمالمون انا كي خسرت ال 50-50 متاع
By the way,
فورينا
Burnett, what was it that you
يعني
wanted to
كنت
give to Miss
نجم نجيب
Navia
نافيا.
again?
علي ما جبتيهاش ما فهمتش.
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia,
خسارة
these are some
فورينا
flower
game.
seeds that I
تنجم
prepared.
تلعب دلوك
Please
قوية
take
مع
them.
فورينا.
They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom.
Put
I
آيات.
don't know what we would have done without your help.
لحظة
So
آيات
this is a
فانا
little
نسيت
token of our
البانر فانا بانر هو
appreciation.
جاي آيات.
I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
اوكي نسيت آيات وانا جاي في البانر يظهر لي
In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants
yep,
for some
yep.
of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait, something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is
فورينا
Burnett.
في بالي باش ترجع البانر
That's right.
جايين ما نعرفش
Is
انا
something wrong?
حسب ما شفت يمكن فهم
no, it's
البانر
nothing.
4
This is the first time we've ever met,
7 هكايا
but your name seemed
عارف.
familiar to me.
مش عارف.
I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently,
تنجيبها
I'm sure
تنجيبها
of
مش
it.
مشكل.
And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait.
ظهر لي ما
Why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle.
معناها
It's just
هكا
about
باش
time
نحير
now,
شكون باش
so
نجيب هكا خاطر
we should get going.
الزوز محلاهم معناها.
All right.
اوكي
then.
ما لازمني نمشي مع فورينا خاطر لازمني فورينا. ساعات تجيك بانر تحير شنو باش تاخو بك يبداو الزوز محلاهم هكايا قويين وكل ما توقع ما تختار. حبيت على سيتو فورينا خسرت 50-50.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Enter to attend.
اي شفتك خسرت ال 50-50 اي تفرج فيها
Everyone's finally here.
يا بيسالش
There sure are a lot of
سيوان
people
خير
here to see
من
the
بلاش
trial.
معناها.
And they all
ايه
seem
ديجا
to be
قلت انت في
oddly
البانر
excited
البرامج
about
الجاية ولا
something.
اللي بعد الجاي توتيح.
I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here?
جوي انيفرسير
And
اه
why do I
نسيت
have
اليوم
no
الانيفرسير
recollection of
نتاع
this
الافليت
case?
نتاعي.
And
يا
as
في يا
for the
فلوكي.
judge, huh?
ما حبيت سيتو
Where's Mr. Neuvillette?
بولي على
Please sit
الوتر
in the
نتاع.
defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right.
فهمتك ايا والسلاح
Are
نتاعهم
you sure
مهم
you can
برشا.
stand behind me?
Typically,
المشكلة احنا
it wouldn't
الفري تو
be
بلاي ما
allowed,
نجموش
but
نجيبوا
today is an
الفري تو
exception.
بلاي قلت ما نجمش نجيبوا يا فلوكي علاش عملت لك يا فلوكي دخلتني بعضي هاك. قلت لك احنا الفري تو بلاي ما نجموش نجيبوا السلاح والكاركتير مع بعضهم فهمت لازم تدفع فلوس وقتها. والله هم مزهرة معاك.
Enough with the whispering!
حسن ما عادش فري تو اوكي
Could
هذيك حكاية
someone please tell me where
صح.
Monsieur Neuvillette is and why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia.
فلوكي مرتين تمسح الإكران والله نظيفة والله العظيم نظيفة
In
الإكران.
that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di
حقا يا
Rosula,
جوجو جرب
someone held in high
البوينتس نتاع
regard by
نوفل
every
تلقاها في
soul
البوينتس.
in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of
Another
us just
fluke,
like
yeah.
the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
بواسون
Wait a
هذه
moment.
البواسون نتذكر عملوا عليها
Aren't you
ميم.
just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
Forever.
Forever.
Huh?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice
saying-
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal,
Everything
we now
you
turn
have
to
said
the
is correct.
Oratrice Mécanique
I
d'Analyse
have indeed done
Cardinal.
a lot for my
According to the
hometown,
judgment of the
and I would be
Oratrice
willing to be
Mécanique
with you
d'Analyse
all, but
Cardinal,
what is the purpose
the
of
judgment of the
having me stand here like
Oratrice
this?
Mécanique d'Analyse
What is there
Cardinal
to discuss?
Nátszállási kálé.
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to... Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Voila.
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend, and that is how we will enforce.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. Oh, I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this...
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now!
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
هذه كل ميموريز ولا دريم.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
هاو نفل تجيه.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
كنت باش تموت. يب كنت
You were
باش
just
تموت.
about to be
أو
dissolved
نوفل
within,
جاي
but
منع. ديسكورد ديجا. علاش فما فلوك؟
What is it?
شو اللي
I
كتبته
think I
هذايا؟
saw
ما
two
فهمتكش.
Oceanids protecting you. It was
12
only for a
hours
moment,
نتاع شنو؟
perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to
يعني
retrieve you.
ديسكورد.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become...
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in
فاهمة.
your dream.
لازمك
I
شنو؟
always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
مش اسمها
To
فيك.
think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
تنهيزيانيات تاخذ منها بتقسيط.
Please come with me.
لا بالعكس ذيك هي بهي برشا.
Are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look
ما
so
نعرفش
stiff all
عليك
of a
شنو باش
sudden?
تاخذ.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
ايوا قديش بالتقسيط؟
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
هي
Why didn't you just
هي
say so then?
مية وحاجة شوية برشا معني باش نتفاهم كل
And
شهر.
have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
هي مالا فازي.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way.
ليه مش انت تخلصهم هذا كلمهم انت توهم يفسروا لك اطلبهم في التليفون توهم يقولوا لك شنو مش
Well, that
باش
is
تمشي
good.
لهم يقصوا
I
لك.
have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
برجولي اس بي اس ما عادش عندي فيها ثقة برشا كما قبل.
He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
بدي تكلمهم تحب نعطيك تحب نعطيك نمرهم تكلمهم.
Let's chat about something else then.
لا. ايوا بديك
So, Neuvillette, you're probably
اوكي ابعث لي طن.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with
انا
all those
نحب
official
نخدم
documents.
اوفرليز
We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very
كاستم
long, and who
اوفرليز
would have thought you'd
للستريم
wrap things
بتاعي.
up so quickly?
كان هكا تو نعمل عليك. اكيد فاز.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
hello, it's me.
Let's get going then.
Quietly now. Gang's up. Fun's up.
As you wish, main Fräulein. Settle down.
اللي فتشت كتبت هذيك الانيفرسير متاع الافليات اللي خديتها بتاعت.
There's a tear in my robe. Bow your head.
هذيك انا اتذكر الافليات خديتها في 13 جان في 2019.
Silence.
اي من البارح جاتني هذيك.
Gotcha. Take it easy. Things are about to get dicey.
Teamwork is trick.
Settle an oversight on my part.
ليه تظهر الناس الكل؟
Dada Kundala.
اوكي بديت مرة أخرى. ليه ليه وات ذا فاك تحت نقصت اهو. تحت. هي اوكي ما عنديش باش استمنة. لحظة Hello.
Watch out! There are rats falling over here!
The tides beckon.
Busted.
There's a tear in my robe.
This realm is no home for a princess.
دي لحظة ويت تحكي برسمي.
Fun's over.
Bow your head.
No one can kill me. سامحوني جايز باش نسكر الكام لحظة خاطر مستبرد باش نف حاشيكم سوري باش نفخ. Oh yo, I'm back. You need shield. ما عنديش شيلدر بي، عندي ليلى في بالي. حتى شو اسمه ما عنديش جونجلي، كان جا عندي جونجلي صح. لازمني انا جونجلي. ليلى زعما هاي اوكي تو نولي زاد هي نبلديها. Hello,
Gotcha.
it's me.
Here comes the catch.
Be sanctified.
I'm going in.
لكن نبدا باش نخدم اوفرلي تنقد كيفاه.
Quietly now.
هيا كيك.
Game's up. Fun's over.
By royal decree.
ما يقلقش.
The tides beckon.
تو تيم هذي. ما عنديش تيم تصلح يا جوجو، لازمني برشا فارم للارتفاكتس.
Settle down.
الكونت بتاعي فيه كاركترات اما الكاركترات كلها مضاعف. عندي هاي.
Bow your head.
يظهر لي عندي سي 1 ولا لحظة. ايت. يظهر لي سي 1 عندي نسيت. ليه مش هذا؟ وينو؟ هذاك عليه لازم كل يوم 160. عندي هذا ترى ترانزليشن بتاعي. ويت في بالي وينو الاخر؟ في بالي سي 1 باهي عندي ليلى سي 2. اوكي انا لازمني هذه سي 2 ديجا زاد. اي سي 2 الارتفاكتس ما عنديش حتى الويبن مش عارف الويبن هذا متاعه مش باهي. حاسيلو لازمني نفرميلها برشا حتى.
I see the temperate waters of eons past.
ليفل الديت. اما الحاجة الباقية عندي السلاح متاع بلد. لحظة مشكلته في يبقى يدور هيك.
Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Settle down.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
Be sanctified.
نورمال النوفل تبعضهم توكل وياكل بريحة.
Silence.
ليه بالرسمي راني زيرو دايما.
Settle down.
ما عنديش دمج خاطر انا تعرف علاش تلهيت في الفارم، نفرمي في الارتيفاكتس الأكثرية اللي هي بالارتيفاكتس والستوري، ومخلي الفارم معناها قلت الارتيفاكتس معناها بالبريمو جيمس قصدي. تلهيت نفرمي في البريمو جيمس وكل شيء وستوري خليت هذوكم الاخرانيين معناها فهمت. اما تعال قدام تعال قدام لزمني انا بطبيعتي لازم الكاركتيرات بتاعي لازمني فرق ميلا مع ارتيفاكتس ووابنز زاد. لازم كل يوم. المشكلة يا جوجو راني على الأقل لازم شكون يجي فما في حالات لازم شكون يجي يعاوني فيهم فهمت علاش خاطر ما نجمش نمشي نفرمي في كل شيء يعني وحدي.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
ما المشكلة ما نلقاش راني مع شكون نلعب يا جوجو ذاك علاش ما نحبش ندخل راندوم زاد.
Stone slates? It seems like they were
perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the front.
The surrounding walls also show signs of
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that
It feels like someone left these slates and these words.
That would fit the circle.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so
نستنى فيك اللي نكمل الكويست باش
And there's a whole bunch of
مريق
other
القاع
people
يا
behind
جوجو
her doing the same.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite.
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
4060 تقصد ولا 80؟
The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
مادام قلت لي زوز ملايين يعني في 4060 مستحيل 4080. هي ال 4080 وحدها أكثر من زوز ملايين.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
كان باش تتعطل ولي يخرج على روحك ومن بعد ارجع نلعب. برا خاطر مازال تطور الكويست ديجا اركن كويست هذا ماك تعرفها.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
جاي نسمع فيك فلوك.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are.
I get what you mean, Paimon.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these?
But who would have created these slates and left these words?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
هاي مازلت رخيص. مايتك مش ترستد مايتك يشكيو منها برشا عباد. I finally. لا. يمكن قبل هذاك ما توا ما نعرفش.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how.
You still have energy for.
Just head back to the Fluv.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about this. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our
Alright,
discussion
see you
with you.
tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
مهند. أهلا.
Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring
ابعت لي
secrets
يا
and not
فلوكي
given
ابعت
easily,
لي اليا انا تا
which
نقول
makes it all the
لك.
more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
اركن كويست هذي يب.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluv Sandra is always open to you, as ever. All right.
إنسان
I'll be on my way then.
هاي به. اما ننصحك تمشي مع AMD. ننصحك امشي مع AMD. قريب البيتي ممكن في البيتي الثاني انا طبعا.
We're finally back.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you
تحب
two
تمشي
tonight.
مع حاجة توا ولا معاك الجينيراسيون اللي جايين؟
No,
نمشي مع AMD.
is the best. Ooh, desserts. Nice. These are all Paimon's. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice.
لحظة.
Is that who I think it is?
ليلى ذي ولا أنا غلط ولا شكوني؟ إيش تعمل هنا؟
It's you two.
منى يا
What
ربي.
are you doing in Fontaine?
إيش تعمل منى في فونتين؟ Did the stairs not tell you what?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
5600 جي.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that
أنت ما
because
تنجمش تاخذ كارت
Magistus doesn't
جرافيك؟
sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
ينتقري.
Yeah, let's go with it.
Well, I used to have my own surname. which is,
اسمعني
well,
كان باش تاخذ كارت
other thing.
جرافيك
Either way,
ابعد
the old
عليهم
hag
الجي.
told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great
في بالي.
astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
راهو
There's nothing
جي
for it,
ريت
really.
اي بروسيسور
Really
يفهم
is
بالجي
amazing
من
at
AMD راه
astrology,
فيه
so
كارت
I
جرافيك
changed my
انتجري.
name to
كان
what
باش
it is
تاخذ فيه
now
الانتجري
according to
هكا
her
هاو.
wishes. To
خذ.
my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
اي اما هو زاد بيدو البروسيسور انتجري.
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of
السنة
surnames,
هذه
it generally
سخايبس.
just means
انا
great.
بيدي في بالي صيد تفاجأت بمونة شو مجيبها الفونتين.
Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
اي بالاكس. لا اسمعني الاكس خذ ال 5600 ارخص من الاكس ديجا ال 5600 ما بريسك كيف فما يعني.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
ديجا انا السي بي يو اللي باش ناخذه جاي نحب نبدل السي بي يو نتاعي باش ناخذ 5 ريزن 5 5600 مش باش ناخذه اكس باش ناخذه 5000 باش ناخذه كان 5600 كاو.
The thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
أنا قلت لك كلمهم أنت قلت لك كلمهم في تليفون خير باش
I
تفهم منهم.
know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak,
لأنكس
which makes it about the same as a surname.
كي نبدا
It's all right if
جوني
you
وورد
don't
نتاعي
get
تو
it.
نعاود
You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more
مريق
deeply.
الجوجو عاش خويا.
Terrible.
انت باش تمشي للقهوة وتروح على الستريم ديريكت؟
You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and
يوكي
I traveled with the old
مالا
for a
سيو
while,
في الستريم
after which I
نتاعك انا
settled
بعرف
down
لك
in
مالا.
Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
باهي.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a
عندي
local, but I'd
جديك
avoid
سلف
getting too
660
close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
هي اللي هذيك الارتيكس خير بالطبيعة. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. Even that of all
كان جا عندي نبعث لك. انا بدي لازمني بروسيسور جديد ماني قاعد نجمله.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do.
Thank you,
If I could do it,
Lurking.
you would no
Gojo,
longer
thank you
call
so
me an
much.
astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a
السبيو اللي عندي
powerful
توا
visionary.
خير من اللي عندك.
Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary?
البروسيسور اللي عندي انا توا يتقارن بالديزيام جينيراسيون تاع انتل راه تاع يتقارن بالاي 5
The
ديزيام
old hag
جينيراسيون.
could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Are you sure? Alright, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as a...
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest
يعني قلت لك انت باش تكمندي كلامهم يقولوا لك قول لهم يزيدوا لك ديسك ايزي.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
كلامهم قول لهم
Oh,
يزيدوا
sorry.
لك وكهو.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need,
والله ما نعرف.
do not hesitate to
100
inform the
130 دينار.
Spinadibo
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the
Okay,
spirit
okay,
guy
okay.
giving us suspicious looks. But we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
BES QUU.
To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to...
شكون اللي قال لك الكلام هذا؟ ماش يستعملوه. جايز زعما نبولي بالويش زادا نورمالمون بالويش بركا نقرب للبيتي زادا مش كان بالتنويش ولا ليه؟ اختار برج ليا نشوف هكايا منجمش نصبر انا نحب هكايا نبولي. You know what? I'm gonna pull.
Water comes in many. To the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure.
Guju, are you here? Yep. Yeah, we. والله امشي للتويتش متاعي، امشي للتويتش متاعي، اهبط البانلز لوتانية وشوف الهاردوير اللي عندي، تلقى كل شيء. مش اماساي، مش اماساي، الكيس اللي عندي سبيريت اوف جيمر. لا انا قاعد نجمل النيو سيت اب، راهو ديجا باش نعمل سيت اب اخر. لا انا باش نشري بشوي بشوي، مش باش نشري ضربه واحده. تو نيكست باش ناخذ سي بي يو، ومن بعد ماذر بورد، باش ناخذ باور سبلاي. من اخيب ما فما.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
ويت نسيت. هاك كيس بورد. ايه ما شاء الله. ايه ما الماتريال اللي عندها بيه برشا، كاليتي باهية. انا بدي توا الاكثريه لازمني باور سبلاي زاد خاطر الباور سبلاي اللي عندي خايب خايب شوي 400 ناخذ باور سبلاي باهي ونرتاح نغمض عيني خاطر ما منه معناها صيي خاطر هو اهم حاجه كي نشوف البيسي راه جي خاطر في كارت جرافيك انتجري قوية باهية تلعبك شوي سافا والله ما تسألنيش انا يا فلوكي ما عنديش عاد فلوكي خليني كان ستريمي رايت فلوكي عاش خوي
Bow your head.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back!
Let the mighty be humble.
Busted. Take it easy. Gutsy.
Oz, reveal thy...
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
Settle down.
Busted.
The tides beckon. Justice is blind.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night...
Silence.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Gotcha.
Huh?
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
وعلى مازالوا صار
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humble.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Busted.
By royal decree! I summon thee!
I'm going in! Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
The tides beckon. Settle down.
Busted.
Midnight phantasmical.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
Give me something good, please. Maybe okay. Attack, crit damage. Okay, this is good. No.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Be sanctified.
Everybody stand back! Busted.
Silence!
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Busted.
Settle down.
Shadow Raven, left.
Let the mighty be humble. Silence.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Bow your an oversight on my part.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. I'm going in! Busted.
Settle down.
Gotcha. Take it easy.
Silence. Be sanctified.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Oz, reveal vice.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Midnight Phantasmagor.
The tides beckon.
Gotcha. Everybody stand back.
Bow your head.
Here comes the catch. Take it easy. Quietly now.
Be sanctified.
Things are about to get dicey. Take it easy. Busted.
One shall descend once again.
Gotcha. Teamwork is dreamwork.
By royal decree.
Justice is blood. A silence fills the air.
Fun's over.
Okay, retreat. Okay, 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 okay.
Adventure time!
Things are about to get dicey.
Going in!
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Wings of darkness! Come, Sever Knight!
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Busted. Quietly now.
Bow your head.
Things are about to get dicey. Busted. Quietly now.
Settle down. The tides beckon. An oversight on my part.
Busted. Here comes the catch.
Midnight, fantastic!
Gotcha. Take it easy. No. Things are about to get dicey. Busted. Winging it wasn't the best idea.
Bow your head.
I'm going in!
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Busted. Game's up. Fun's over.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is strength!
Gotcha. Take it easy.
Silas!
Let the mighty be humbled.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Cha. Ta. 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 Take it easy.
Escritão, escritreito.
My apologies. Ha! Ha! Kamisato art. Sumetsu. To ashes. Ha! Ya! Ha!
Game's up. Fun's over.
Everybody stand back. Ya! Ha! Ya! Ha! Whirling snow! Yeah! Yeah! Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey. Take flight. Embrace the ice. Whirling snow. Gotcha. My apologies. Yeah. Take flight. Kamisato art. Sometsu. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Whirling snow. My apologies. Teamwork is dreamwork. Eyes on me.
يا هلا.
Gotcha.
No good.
Please, no! 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 Whirling snow! Sakura swirl! Busted! Things are about to get dicey. So rude! My apologies. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Here comes the catch. Whirling snow. Kamisato art. Sometsu.
كيفاش؟ عندي برشا عباد في الستريم.
My apologies. I have dishonored.
$500,000.
Things are about to get dicey. Going in.
شنو هو فلوكي؟ كلم لي شكون علاش؟ حكاية شنو؟ باهي لازم هذيك لازم فلوس. ايه ما تتعب اللي يتعب لازم فلوس.
To ashes. Take flight. Quietly now. Whirling snow. Sakura swirl. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. My apologies.
قداش شنو هو فلوكي؟ مش اسمع فلوكي مليح لا. كيفاش باش نعطيك؟ عندي فلوس باش نعطيك. يا اخي انا نعطيها لك ما نقفتيها بالفلوس.
Everybody stand back. Take flight.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Come see.
My apologies.
Busted. Let's light it up. Whirling Gotcha.
بدل icons.
Here comes the catch.
توصل لي
My apologies. Kamisato art.
كارت انترناسيونال.
Quietly now.
I'm going in. Take flight. So rude.
Eyes on me!
Busted.
ما نعرف.
Things are about to get dicey.
Whirling snow.
نم شباب. هذه مش ضعيف.
Unthinkable.
شو اللي سبعي؟
Embrace the ice.
Quietly now.
Take flight.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Whirling snow. Everybody stand back.
هذه.
Take flight.
Quietly now.
My apologies. Sakura swirl.
Busted. Game's up. Fun's over.
Take flight. My apologies.
Gotcha. No. Busted.
Embrace the ice.
نه. اتاك اتش بي. نسمع فيك. لا ماكش اديتر. ما عنديش فكرة. ممكن انا اعرف. فلوكي ما يخلصش فيا تويتش بجاه ربي، كيفاش باش يخلصني تويتش؟ راني قاعد نستريمي هكاك راني يا فلوكي هديك. لا يفهم. علاش نعمل لها؟ يخليها عادي، يخليها، شنو المشكل؟ ها اتش بي. خلي وكا هاو. شنو 70؟ اي باقي 70. طيب لا نمشي غادي. مهم. بروتوتايب امبر. اوكي ليه باش ناخذ سلاح. اوكي كرافتد. اوكي ماشي كرافتد. نسمع فيك. normalement. اوكي نقصتني كعبة. باهي اوكي.
There you are, eavesdrop.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Over here. The more, the merrier.
Yeah! Take flight! Busted.
Go in it! Let me amuse myself a little. The more, the merrier.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Get me going.
My apologies.
Here to play with you.
Sakura swirl!
Let me amuse myself.
To ashes!
Who can I find?
Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Take flight!
Okay, that's what I need. That's enough for now. What I am say? Okay, wait. I think I have this. Nice. I need for them. اها. No idea. Oui, oui. أنا خدم ما شكون نجرب بسيت خدمت. اوكي. اللي هاي انا اخواناتي ما هو انا المرضى اللي مرضت هي اللي خلتني نبرك هكا هذاك عليه. نورمال كل شيء بالكتبة يا ولدي. تانا ارتاح بالكدا ترجع الستريم على قاعدة اللي جاني ستريم انا والله تسمى اخزر بالرسمي تسمى صبا رجعت شوي الحمد لله. جايز كنت تسمع فيا في الستريم قاعد نحكي في الديسكورد منش مبول معني I'm not crazy يعني so yeah. خاطر صوت الديسكورد ديما منحيه انا فهمت.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time.
ليه انا صوت الديسكورد ديما منحيه اون جينيرال يعني. ويت نسكر الشباك خاطر قرست. انا الشباك خاطر حالو من وقت اللي قبيله كنت هكا دنيا سخونة كل شوية فما شوية شمس كنت معمل على ضوء ربي شوية حتى الستريم يكاو توا نحلو الرينج لايت وفازيات والدنيا زعما ايوه اسكت. حتى هو الكابل راهو قاعد بالرسم. حتى هو الكابل قاعد يمشي هذاك Kratos hello what are you doing. يسافا جوابي فيها فلس مش فلس.
Only those who sample it many times can appreciate its true qualities.
شو فيه بيس؟ قلت لي حلا معاك؟ اوكي. Hello, can you light please? Can you take telecom please? مش light.
So this is a day in the life of a traveler.
Sorry for this
I'm learning more about you all the
شوية.
time.
تو باش تشعل. Come on. اوكي. ادي good luck.
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more often. How greedy of me.
Come on.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time.
Fuck. تو حبش تشعل.
Can we play banker next time?
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
تو فوق علي ما حبش تشعل. اوكي يظل ترزيت في الرينج لايت.
A blade is like a tea leaf. Only those who sample it many times can appreciate its true qualities.
جايز هاني راجع انا بيرت باك. I'm back. فيت وحدها اوكي.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before
I
a floating
think
island in the sky.
I'm
as if
losing
confessing
my
something.
ring
Do
light.
you know nothing of this
sadly.
either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My
She's
deciphering of the
lying,
slates
she's lying.
indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Come on.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Oh, come on.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again.
Yep, I
A state
lose
of
my ring
affairs that we
lights.
cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid question alone may not suffice.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such trick. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. but we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
That's right.
Being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything to...
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait. You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible Consider me a passerby. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds...
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do... This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice.
This voice from... come from where? I don't know.
Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but How can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who... But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot, but even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited, so while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since... seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool. We're here! Paimon. Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great!
Let's eat
One slice
some
of cake, please. Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when...
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily
You
schedule.
can eat قتله.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon should... It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
8 Paimon, 8.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food.
Okay, you eat. I'm gonna do something.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like this.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologer. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and...
Yeah, are we even qualified?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell... Ooh, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would... No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing? like it'll grow more. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damn thick.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be...
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone.
So, you mean she's
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her good? Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Sure, go quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come! This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there. She really is? Mm-hmm.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so... Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over. Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking...
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some... That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with...
Why are you hiding? You are Archon. Don't be afraid.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine, fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this...
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will... give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's the case...
You what? What the hell?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalors, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crime. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage, and I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the Opera Epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalors, will now begin!
Woo!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to... Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fate. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed it, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's part. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto... Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the...
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey! Oh, Leb Hymansi! Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this, and let's quickly confirm the information. information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the op. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Arc, a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I did. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even... Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Right? She's not our Archon.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalors, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very...
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling that. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that, if you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice, that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That doesn't...
What's this?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, Perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely
Finally,
difficult to
you
tell
wake
humans
up.
and gods apart just by
It's
looking at them.
only
not impossible.
normal vision.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of a god are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon.
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no—
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of—
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into it. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was alone. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want, please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? That doesn't... that... that doesn't... It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And
since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you're present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defense.
Siegewien, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to this.
Yeah, so out of regard safeguard for Farina's life. You secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to... It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the Prime? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death...
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been...
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice!
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Freminet! Oh, you finally made it. I assume...
Mm-hmm. Any mission
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Freminet.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some danger, but has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Freminet. Please allow me to review the record left on the... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Hmm.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
Verify truth.
It's not as simple. When Navia fell into the sea, the stone slates showed... Perhaps what is about to take place in the... The prophecy from the fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordials. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone... We know from the...
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow... The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress... The stone slate's contents can all be verified, but... now, but then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're not real human.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Arch. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that could also explain why the Oratrice judged
the Hydro Archon's true sin
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the
Yeah! Isn't the image here so wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also? In the end, the people will all be dissolved and... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is However, while you were able to decode all the information when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, now that the slate collection is complete, I believe I should share this truth not only with you, your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to... Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came in.
So we were all
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard it. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death.
This really might be too much information for you.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro... Yes, it refers to our...
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid... In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the 4th slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
It was both
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial...
the truth.
the heck? Oh my god. What's the show?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in—
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the and once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the—
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels—
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to— Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of—
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting—
That battle maniac. Anyway, now that we know that this—
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could—
That's not something I will— We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should—
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Just as prophecies are usually only the ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide.
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
This is the Archon.
You.
I'm sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just...
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
Focalo. Why did you...
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else, too. The Heavenly Prince...
Deceiving the Heavenly Principle.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
Guys, I'm coming. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be back soon. I'm back, Lou.
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my— The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, she could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course.
No,
the plan
God!
to deceive the heavenly principles.
No, God, please, no! No!
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydro Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
Viver.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must at all times. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
By royal decree.
Gotcha. Ha, take it easy. Ha, take it easy.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Busted. Game's up. Time's over.
Silence! Be sanctified.
An oversight, unbow your head.
الدمج بتاعه باهي مش خايف.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Get dicey.
The tides beckon.
Bow your head.
Odds reveal that.
Gotcha.
Everybody stand back.
Silence!
Let the mighty be humbled. Bow your head.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are...
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... Mirror me? How...
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do...
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the waters. And...
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you fright us for the suffering. Well, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all—
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would— Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until you're tapat. I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be The Maison Cardinalise has announced my— What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest— Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the opera. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully—
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an
you ask me. Perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone right? Mirmi said that I should calm down, Farina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to... Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my... Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. Now then, let us be—
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor. We have heard it said that this nation's sins, the scales of justice, should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. So long as I, the Archon Focalors, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the...
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking—
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your...
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine... All right, Deoteria is...
You remembered me, and you knew of my family he is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with...
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, well...
You're such a gentle and wise god.
Lady Farina, Here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far all manner of signs indicate that the
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find...
Really?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effect...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This is... The day is finally over, but it's good to see that maybe this is fine.
Lady Farina, here are the...
There'll be no...
Lady Farina...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological...
Understood. I feel utterly exhausted.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience...
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is...
No wonder. No wonder.
So, hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined, have I? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that...
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call...
a witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're... He's right. I couldn't, but if things don't... No, Farina. But what if... Farina, you've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrage? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never think about it. Long and hard. have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. If all you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtain.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would. Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god. Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro... The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to...
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again. The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very...
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights,
What?
I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the Primordial Sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, in other words, existence was Egeria's justice, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they... You are a devious one for some things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be...
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence...
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge...
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that...
Didn't you say just a moment
have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice, the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Gnaw. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution.
Okay. I think we go to fight this.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon. We shall look for an opening together.
Game's up. Fun's over. Tap. Chop.
Sorrow turning hostility. Settle down! The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour.
Oh, what the fuck? لوكي مش اسمع فيك لحظة.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Settle down.
By Royal.
Gotcha.
Silence! Let the mighty be humbled!
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Take it easy. What a drop.
Bow your head.
Gotcha.
Manifest the authority. Of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Cinematic
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must... It's just that he gave us the impression that she was...
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange youth. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not... all in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point be...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How...
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir, then?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine part of the Hexen Circle.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either, but I suppose you understand now, yes?
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its such roiling hydro energy. As such, the Fontaine back on the... In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in...
What?
Not to worry. Focalors has already...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve.
The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rasula old soil can still give birth to new bloom skyship winglet. But the various people always call. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the report.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops lies in their Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship.
Paimon's curious too!
And that's exactly why I'd like you to...
Are you sure?
Oh, this time we'll be...
Oh, it's you?
Hey, we're just having a...
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of you, but if you don't mind, could you...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as...
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with...
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Forget it.
I see you're the same.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the...
How did it go? Was it a good...
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at...
Wow, you really do have that never say die speed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview.
Whoa, you're well in...
That's a...
In truth, Monsieur Neville, I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
You're right.
Stay safe now, and tell me...
we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you?
Of course.
It's an honor to finally.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want.
Sir, please don't.
But
No, I just.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get hers.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels.
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps.
Did you really have to use the. Well, then, too so.
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to.
Ah, see.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at.
Same old, as you can see.
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided.
You're too kind, sir.
I see.
He sure did.
I'll tell them that there's good.
Oh.
What change can there be? As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a.
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of. It's a wonder. Trick a friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine? To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got Father says.
That's
Oh, I guess you have an after lady.
a diplomat.
Yes, it could have been done as. Furthermore, Father did.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it.
So there's some reason for.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he? But back to the topic. The gnosis.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my
Amber.
children...
Are you going to take the Gnosis?
That is our duty, as... Don't be too preoccupied with switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. As for you, I very
you
much
say,
look forward to
Loki?
our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello.
Vars
If I'm
kontak?
not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
تحكي معايا.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject
Loki.
in your article. However,
Look,
feel free to
yeah.
write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie
يا عم
talent.
الميوت انا من بكري ونحكي.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
انا عامل
I
ميوت
shall continue my
وناسي.
walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take...
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic. I guess this must be life.
initially انا عامل
We
ميوت.
will all follow. All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he...
Hmm.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have...
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering.
Aw, alright, let's have it then. Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed it, but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of it, but so long as those primordial energies remain within them. In other words, when I gave my verdict,
Focalor must have counted on you to make that. Yeah! And in a manner.
it seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along, but whether it be by... As for the judgment passed by the... Whether it was due to...
Guess Focalor had. Hang on a second. Back when Fontanian.
Life as always.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain.
In truth, those Oceanids...
Paimon.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about.
Ah, Lady Farina. I related Focalor. She simply said that... Having said that, she then packed... You need not worry. In truth, I am somewhat happy, but now that she no longer...
What about you then?
After Focalor passed on, the aura... This matter will direct...
Looks like you're still
as an elemental dragon. As such, before I attend... Additionally, the Hydro...
That's true. Wait, but the very...
As I am now.
Wow.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right.
Leaving aside their intent... Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, the Oratrice has ceased to... As such, it has lost all... If the Fatui have impure...
What complicated...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to... I'm afraid that I have little talent. As far as I'm aware...
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that unlike ancient Nathlon is also the... There is one other piece, the Harbinger known as the
captain.
I suggest that you fully prepare... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on. When we spoke to Linny earlier, we guessed that there might be...
No one... So regarding this specific issue, In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head to...
What next?
I can finally It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. But with something very I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what...
Of course, you should have the remains of the...
Remains?
Huh.
Well, that much is true, but I fear I have never...
I've been training with... It is only natural for the... Regardless, to live in itself is a
What do you mean?
No need...
This third
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though,
Next time, you believe...
I do.
That's what she took.
The remains of... So that's what...
All the same, assuming...
And she said that...
If she speaks the truth... I guess that you might already be... That means that the Gnos...
No, let's not... Comparing the Traveler to the dead... That's what you say, but...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses.
Alright.
Yes.
But... She's...
I suppose that would be the mystery. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes, life flows, and what ultimate...
Completed, finally.
Water comes...
Sara again.
Flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while what from Liyue has an In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of... bravery unlike any other. Sumeru's water movement is a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Take it easy.
Anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna end my stream. I'm so tired. I stream for 6 hours. He's good. He's good. Nice.
No, God!
No,
No,
God.
God,
Please,
please,
no.
no.
No. No.
No! No!
Do you want Fluke? شبيك فلوك؟ اوكي.
قاعد بتسكر خليه محلول ولك حاتم ميوت مش قام تجاوبني.
في بالي عامل ميوت.
ما تسكرش ما
عليه بسكرش بيض
تسكرش
ثابت.
ستريم يفرجوا فيك انا شيخين.
تسوية يا معلم حال ستريم.
بالله جيور ابعت لي 50,000 بابا.
ابعت لك خبسي. والله لحظة.
يسمعوا فايف ستريم.
اي اي حق جاست شاتينج حاتي.
اهلا بكم الوليد شو حوالكم؟ قال الايفون اللي عنده حلا معاه.
وين ايفون؟ سامسونج عادي ها. مش عادي سامسونج. سكر ستريم
تبعت لي بالرسمي 50,000 يرحم والديك. اعطيك النمر وتبعت لي على الكارتة. انجزت الكارتة.
ابعت لك على الكارتة.
نبعت
ايه
لي
نبعت
اخوي
لك
10 ريال 20,000.
نبعت لك
باش صاحبي مالك؟
نبعت لك حاجة أخرى كان
قلنا ملعبيات تحب تهنتل فيا بيه نمشي نروح.
قصدي نبعت لك الديامون فهمت. لا يلعبين
ديامون فري فاير.
هاي حسيلو جايز.
ديامون
جود نايت. ثينك على السيبور اليوم زاد. شاء الله نرجعوا كما كنا قبل وخير وكل. فهمت لايف ستريم كل يوم بروجرام
بعد
كل
4
يوم.
سنين.
فهمت الشباب بعد 4 سنين. اسكت انت يا بالله عليه تنق فيها هكايا بعد 4 سنين. شوية ايامات شباب ونرتاح بالكدا وكل شيء ونرجعوا لجونا وكل الدنيا فظيعة طوبى صيبت يا صاحبي. يا سلو الشباب يا باي ليلتكم مزيانة. جود نايت جايز. شبيني وليت نحكي شبيني وليت حومان يا.
تعرف عليك.
يا شباب جود نايت ليلتكم زينة. لاف يو اول.